it makes me want to try it again, even though I know it's like brutal. But somebody caught a huge trophy swordfish trolling the 75. Oh man, makes me want to go try it for sure, but I don't know. It's such a bad idea. I think it's fine now. I think the camera's fine now. It's just like I mean, I can adjust it in a minute maybe. I don't want to mess with it too much because we've kind of got it set up. Probably if I had on a normal colored shirt or like a shirt like I did yesterday, it'd be fine. $64.94. Here we are. It's been a while. Alright. I used to usually cast at that log, at least for one of them, or as a kind of starting point. We'll go left to right, but not get too far away from... I kind of remember why we did this. Not necessarily why we did this, but I have the bells on the far left one, and that's also the rod that has the biggest setup on it. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Top 55. Really? That's cool. Alright, it's easier to see if I have this in front of me, right? It's like white. Isn't that weird how different it looks based on... But let's see if we can... If we adjust it slightly... See, I just don't know. I don't know that there's any... Don't know that there's any real fix for that. In fact, even that, I can see the bottom right part of the screen now because I just moved it a little bit. I think I had it at 440. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it does need to be darker. Man, am I really... Maybe I just need to change shirts. If it's like the lighter the background, the worse it looks. Or you can just see it better. You can hold... Reduce the similarity. I mean, that's what I was just doing. It just gets... You start to see, like, even on this setting, I can start to see the screen behind me. If I reduce it anymore, I think that just gets worse, right? But I hate the way that looks like all faded out. I'll play with it again in a minute. Alright. Yeah, let me just get this fish in and I'll... Dude, first fish is kind of a banger. It's like juicy. Okay. When you get used to Norway, you just want to like lock up your reels all the time. I'm trying to like not do that. It's really not the... It's not the proper etiquette here at carp fishing is to just like go locking up reels and dragging stuff in, right? Yeah, it does become a habit. And probably if I had the Goliath, like some people have started carp fishing with the Goliath, I bet they're just locking their reel. If they have TIs, if they have a big enough, you know, carp rod. Well, you don't have to have... Well, actually, what am I saying? In a carp situation, it's really the lead core and the... There's limitations that don't have to do with the reel, right? That's a nice fat mirror for our first mirror. I bet that's, I don't know, 20 kilos, 22 kilos maybe? Maybe it's just 18, but it's a fatty. 21.2 kilos. My goodness. Welcome back to carp fishing, huh? Alright, let's see if we can get this one in pretty quickly. And then I'll adjust camera. Yo, what's up, Python? That is a nice start, isn't it? I feel like we're gonna get spooled. Not on this fish, but it seems like this spot is so good right now. We're gonna have a blue tag or something come in, and I'm gonna get spooled, and I'm gonna be so angry. I should just switch to braid. This is one of those spots where there is no protection. If the wrong fish gets on, it's just gone, right? How much line do we have on this? All 300. So braid doesn't help unless we put a 600 or 500 spool on there or whatever. Oh yeah, I've been spooled on this reel before by a carp. Like some of those huge, I don't know, what carp fight the most? Maybe big mirrors. I was going to say leathers, but I don't know that leathers actually... Because you're totally limited by your leader and lead core. I mean, at some point, the strength of your reel isn't the factor, right? Oh, you don't know anything about carp fishing? Interesting. Okay, leather and grass carp. Maybe it is leather then. I've hooked into something before that absolutely spooled this setup in a matter of, 20, 30 seconds. I didn't realize that about you, Moy. Huh. just what, no desire to get into carp fishing? Oh shoot, sorry guys, I'm like moving stuff around here. Man, the mirrors are strong in this spot. Yo, Hiko, it's going well. We're catching these fat mirrors at the moment. Man, the bite rate. All right, hold on. Let me just look at this really quick. I can at least give you the... Man, now we're seeing that. I hate that, like, when it does that one thing. It wasn't doing that when I had it over here. Was it? So similarity's on 440 right now. Try turning it down. Okay. Here's 400. So you see in the corner how we start to see the green screen in the lower left corner. Well, it actually looks like the right side, but okay, try 420. All right. All right, we still have that little bit here, but it probably does look a little better overall, except for that one little annoying spot, right? It does look worse with this on, right? Is that worse or better? See, a lot of the problem, honestly, is I don't have the best lighting. And so neither me nor the green screen is as properly lit as it needs to be. You think we're okay like this for now? So is it better with the light on, with the little lamp on, or with it off? Is that worse? It's better off. Okay. So just leave it off, and I'll try not to think about what's going on right here in this little corner. All right. Thank y'all for helping. All right. Just crop the line. Yeah, I won't worry about that right now. Maybe in a little bit. All right. I want to make another, like, sort of Norwegian Sea beginner's guide with a focus on progression in mind. So my idea was to have three. Let me go ahead and get on the reels here. Was to have three sort of tiers. I want to see what y'all think about this and see if y'all have like ideas on which reels I should, or rods, but mainly reels. Okay, so my idea to have like for the very starter set that I was going to recommend is obviously the Ocean Queen rod. Pilker rod, right? And the reel I was going to recommend as as cheap as you would want to go. Like this is the baseline. You would not want to come to the Norwegian Sea with anything less than this unless you want to do something crazy like I was doing in those videos, right? Would be the Beluga Taiga C30. Okay, so that's like tier 1. You've just hit level 34 and you're going and you're trying to figure out, I don't have a lot of silver, what do I save for? It would be this reel on the Ocean Queen rod. Okay, so just for perspective, oh, is that how easy it is to crop? Hold on. Oh, shoot. Does that look weird or is that okay? All right, so that Taiga C30 that I'm talking about as a beginner, like that only costs 10.4K. So for the reel, someone could get started for, what is it, 10.4. So basically 10, we'll just say 10.5 silver, basically. Like, I think that's pretty reasonable. And then for the video, I was going to actually set up that reel on that rod and then kind of show using it, some of the like beginner techniques and, you know, setups you might use. But what I want to ask for you all, given, let's say you have 10.5 thousand silver or very close to that, is there another conventional reel? Man, and this is not even taking into account somebody coming with a spinning reel, because really the other option is just use a caliber HSV. I'll talk about spinning reels separate. I think we can just make an assumption somebody wants to come to Norway and use a conventional reel for the bigger spool and all that. What's the cheapest thing that they could reasonably start with and be able to kind of hang in there? So the Taiga C is 10.5K. I don't remember how much that rod is. It's probably like 5K. I don't know. Might be less, might be more. I'll have to figure that out. Either way, the Ocean Queen I think is a reasonable starting rod. Is there any conventional reels that you guys would say, no, they should consider this? This one costs 13K and it's worth saving up the extra amount? Or do you think the Taiga C30 really is, like, for that price bracket, the best way to go? Let me see if I can. I really want to be able to sort all the conventional reels. Let me see if I can create this on a Start a spreadsheet. All right, there it is. All right, now I can sort by, what do we want to sort by price? Okay. So now it's just the conventionals sorted by price. So like looking at that price range, just below the Taiga C, like just cheaper than the Taiga C, is the, actually Taiga C, but the 20. Just below that is the Oriental. Just higher than the Taiga C, so just more expensive, is the Billionaire CNV. And the Terra C, I feel like I've heard people talk about the Terra C. Man, it is raining at Amber. All right, hold on. I need to just delete these. These rows don't have anything. Same with these rows. So many of these rows don't. All right, now we can kind of see everything. So the Taiga C, let me get back to that really quick, which is right here. It has a a mech weight of 109. None of these other reels right near it compare to that until you get down to the Taiga C40, and I don't think that's the option. I really think that that's the best one to start with. Oh, the Rigel. All right, let me see where that is. People do talk about the Rigel a lot. Do you know what price that one is? Oh, there it is. Rigel 20. Okay. So you're actually saving money. All right. This isn't a bad idea, actually. So either way, you're probably going to never use a line stronger than 60 kilos. Do y'all agree with that? Do you think somebody would take the Taiga C30 and actually overload it above 60? I mean, that Ocean Queen load capacity, it's not high enough to do much more than that. I feel like 60 is the max. I mean, if you do more than that, you're going to be putting so much wear and tear on your equipment. It's going to require a lot of fixing, right? Okay, so load capacity 68. You're maxing out at 60 anyway. The Rigel 22S saves you some money. It has a mech weight of 74, so that still works. I think it's just personal preference at that point. The spool is going to be a little bigger on the Taiga C, right? Really, that's what you're paying for, is a heavier mech and a little bit bigger spool. All right, Matt. So so let's just say 6.5K till I get an exact. So that Ocean Queen is 6.5K. All right. Personally, I feel like to start on the C, spinning reel would be okay too. Yes, I agree with you, Mystic, and I will talk about that in the video. Some people just want to have that bigger spool, give themselves a little bit better protection, get into using a conventional reel. But if you already have a caliber HSV or better, then that's basically the amount of strength that you're getting with these entrance or beginner weight, Taiga C, Regal, whatever. It's a very similar power. So yeah, if you already have that, you could just start that way for sure. Yeah, the Regal 20 is a really good value. But I still say, okay, and here's another like weird reason. But that Taiga C is better for cats. So it's just a little more flexible, right? That Taiga C is just a little more flexible. It's a close enough price range. I think I still lean Taiga C. I've never used the Regal, and it may look awesome, so that might convert me. But I still think, okay, so that's the starter level. Obviously, I'll have to address the elephant in the room, which is spinning reels. But that's the starter level. I want to talk about a mid-tier level, which for me, practically speaking, is the Cardinal 22S. All right, now let's pull up the Cardinal 22S. It's right here. This is a 25K reel. All right, so mid-tier. And it costs 25K. Now, it has, what is it, 21.8 drag? But the mech weight is somewhere north of 132. Okay, we don't exactly know where, but it's somewhere north of 132. So this is that mid-tier, and with all mid-tiers in Russian Fishing 4, you have to ask yourself, like, what advantage are you gaining, or is it worth just saving for all the way up to high tier? So that's sort of a different discussion. But if you were gonna say mid-tier, so it gets you over the hump where you can't lock at 180 yet, but let's say you can lock it, I don't know, 90 or whatever that sort of range is. You can do a little bit stronger, get a few more fish in, be a little bit more efficient. Is there anything you all think competes with the Cardinal 22S as a better mid-tier reel? Now, the way I'll talk about it in the video is pairing it possibly with something like the WTA Coast Runner. Again, mid-tier, not required. And some people, understandably, would just skip this tier because you're really not gaining anything except for the ability, because this is a light boat rod, right? Except for the ability to use some of those different rig types that you can't use otherwise until you get to medium boat rod, or if you're going to wait all the way to medium boat rod. So is there anything y'all can think of that you would recommend, though? Not, I mean, the rod, whatever, but reel-wise, that you would say if somebody wanted a mid-tier, they were going to spend around 25K, they should do this instead of the Cardinal 22S. Like, people talk about the Tonger, right? Is the Tonger a better deal? Some people talk about the Terra. Is the Terra a better deal? They're all about the same price range. They're all about the same strength. The Terra, both Terras actually have bigger spools, I think, than the Cardinal. So, I don't know. Maybe there's a reason to consider that. The Tonger 30DS, which that cost a whole nother 12K, does get you into a different mech weight bracket as it goes 150. But I don't know that that's worth 12K. I don't know. So any thoughts on that? By the way, we've had how many fish? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, about to be 9, and then 10, and still 0 fish on the first ride, which has the really big setup, the big baits on it, big boilies. That's how much slower that first rod is. So I'll go over this again, maybe later in the stream, maybe when we get back to Norway. Let me just finish with sort of the third tier, and if any of you have thoughts on it, just let me know. I'm not gonna like prolong the point here. I'm trying to exit this down some so that, all right, here we go. I'll show you the third and final tier of sort of what I have and what I was going to talk through. But again, that doesn't mean that what I have is the best route or even the good route. I don't know. It's just what I ended up with, right? I actually think we probably could lock this up just for fun. Let's check. Now, if we could, fish got away. That's why carp fishing is different. I was going to say, now if we could just cycle down to the lower, what do you call it? Gear ratio. Yeah, you just can't force carp with their like juicy lips like you force those ocean fish. Okay, so the third tier and third and final tier, at least for now, based on the equipment we have now, is obviously the Poseidon. Well, I shouldn't say this is third and final tier. This is the third tier until you unlock heavy boat rods. This is my final tier because I'm not 100%. It all changes. It all rotates down once you hit 100%. All right. So the Poseidon medium boat rod. And then I have the Reef Borealica 30DS, which costs we'll say 79K, we'll round up. And it has 34 drag with, we're not even sure. We're not even sure on the mech weight, is that right? But we assume, at least I assume, it's north of, I just spit on my computer screen. It's north of 181. I mean, it's probably way north of that, right? Now, obviously, a lot of people go with the Imperial. Slightly cheaper, same strength. A little bit bigger spool. Or the Triumph. Again, slightly cheaper. Not quite as strong of drag. I guess neither one of those have quite the strength of drag. Really big spool. And tested up to like north of 405. I don't know how that test was done, but tested really high on mech weight. Which I have to explain the difference in mech weight and drag, which I just don't love doing, but I'll figure it out. Winger says, I was 4 grams off a white bream trophy, but that rod you're going with is about 6.9K for the ocean rod. Gear ratio is important. So the one I have, gear ratio is 4.01 and 1.71. The Imperial, which I feel like is the other one I hear people talk about the most, is 4.61 and 1.61, so just slightly different. But then the Triumph, which is a smaller a smaller reel, I guess, but it has 3.81 and 1.71, which is on the upper level. That's the same as the Borealica. I don't know. Again, it's just you really get into the weeds. I don't have all these reels to be able to test them, see what they feel like, and I probably don't have the like understanding to describe the differences in these gear ratios with any sense of like confidence. Triumph, in your opinion, is only for big fish because of the big spool? Oh, interesting. So as a reel that you're going to use sort of everyday in-game reel, you like the Imperial or the Borealica better than the Triumph? Is that what you're saying? Okay, and Beluga would be... Who makes Beluga? That's the Imperial, right? Does anybody want to do a carp competition? By the way? C40 2S or Triumph 30 2S, maybe for big fish. Beluga repairs. Yeah, it's true, Mystic. I will make a note of that. If you're at the point right now where you can afford the in-game reels, so you've saved up your 75K, whatever, 79K, it may actually be worth waiting to see. Man, I just wish we knew how long, even approximately. That could be like 6 months. All right, see, so I need to parse through this comment you just made. This is helpful. Let me look at what you're talking about here. All right, so you're talking about... All right, so you're saying the all-around best reel is the Albacore 40DS. It costs 61, basically 62K. Wow, look at that gear ratio. So is that a good thing? All right, let me show y'all something. Oh, I've just deleted the freaking name of it. Albacore 40DS. All right, let me show y'all something. Practically speaking, what does it mean comparing? So the lower gear ratio on my Borealica is 1.71. The lower gear ratio on the Albacore is 2.31. Does that mean you're getting, practically, what does that mean? So you've got a big fish on, you gear into your lower gear, and on the Albacore, it's 2.3 versus 1.7. Okay, so you're saying that the Borealica has more power because the gear ratio is smaller? It goes down to 1.7 versus 2.3? Okay. But that only comes into play on the really big fish. Okay, so you're saying, in your opinion, the Albacore is the best overall reel. I mean, right off the bat, you're saving what, like 13,000 silver? 62. You're saving 13 to 17 based on which one you go with, I guess. You've got 30.8 max drag, so similar drag as the other two, or other three. The spool size seems to be really big. Now, I can't tell, like, is it the same? I think it is. I think it's a huge spool size. It's rated really high, so the mech weight is supposedly over 300, right? So that's not a problem. Well, and the Albacore seems to have a huge spool. As long as this is comparing the same size as the Reef and the Borealica and the Imperial, it seems to be a really good spool size on the Albacore. Yeah, I mean, I kind of get what you're saying about, that's a significant amount of silver difference. Okay, so, and then you're saying Triumph for big fish, and that's, I don't know, why is the Triumph better for big fish than the Borealica? They have the same gear ratio. Oh, just because the spool size? It's spool size, right? Okay. And then the Taiga, you could have problems with smaller spool. Yeah. And then you said the Taiga LTD C42S. All right, let me find this one. All right, here it is. It cost 43K. It has, oh, it's got the full mech weight. So it's almost like the cheapest way to lock at 181 is the Taiga C40. Still pretty good spool size. Yeah, you're giving up a lot of max drag, but let's face it, it's enough drag to get most fish in, and all the other fish at Norway were locking anyway. You might have to repair more often, but you're saving, I mean, at this point, you're saving like 43 to 75. That's like over 30K. You're saving between 30 and 40K. And Taiga is beluga, cheaper repair cost. Crucian says they all have strengths and weaknesses. You have to maximize the strengths. Man, I really want to look at all these. I really want to look at all these reels in the storage to see what some of them look like. I haven't like really focused this much on all the different ones and the comparisons up until this point. All right, let me get off of that so that I don't keep erasing the names of different reels. Example, with bigger spool size, you may choose to let a fish run more, where if you have the torque, you may try and put the hurt on them and drag them in. Yeah, that's right. And, you know, we've already seen where some people are choosing, even with like the strongest reels, some people are choosing to use a maximum of, let's say, 90 or even 60 strength line and leader. And then because those spool sizes are so huge, they're just letting the really big fish tire themselves out, and then they're dragging them in, right? Where other people on almost every fish are using 181 max drag, lock it up, use that full mech weight, and just sort of pulling them in against their will. And I don't know, you know, I'm sure there's advantages, disadvantages to each approach. One certainly requires a little more patience than the other one. But at the end of the day, like, how often are you actually hooking into those really big fish? You could do a pros and cons list about them to compare them. Well, kind of based on our conversation right now, like, I sort of feel like the pros and cons list of just the in-game reels, that would be its own video. Like, that is getting so deep into the weeds, and I would have to like try to talk through it with some level of understanding. But I mean, y'all are just teaching me stuff. Like, every time you open your mouth by chatting, typing into the chat, I'm learning. So I'm not going to be the best one to explain all this stuff. I can try to talk through it, but. Yo, what's up, Seismic? Yeah, I hope you're staying cool in the heat. Speaking of which, I need to turn my fan on. It's getting to that point in the day where it's getting warm enough up here. I should turn my fan on. But I still think there's a way to make the progression video without getting as far into the weeds on the in-game reel comparisons. Although maybe I just make both of those videos and just kind of refer to each other. I don't know. When you fight with a 400 kilo polar shark on 181 liter, you'll have to open and close reel. It'll run 50 meters and then it'll give you like 30 meters and then again run. And so that's where, I mean, I kind of see what you're saying, but that's where at some point, even, that was a weekly linear carp, by the way. At some point, even with that much strength, its spool size can still come into play. And that's all about risk reward, because one mistake, you lose the fish locking and unlocking. With tons of line methods, you aren't on the edge all the time. It's a great point, Crucian. Great point. That's a great clickbait, maybe a separate video. M-Dog, are you playing Diablo? I did play Diablo. I played through the campaign of Diablo 4. And Season 1 starts, what, in 2 days? Is it the 20th or is it today? I think it's the 20th, but I could be wrong. Right now, I don't have a whole lot of motivation to go back and play Season 1. Maybe, but I don't know. I got through that campaign. I played a little bit past the campaign, like seeing what some of the in-game activities were like. I don't know, man. I don't love it. I don't love it. I think having it be open world is cool, but if I'm being honest, like, I think it also limits some of the ways in which I had the most fun with Diablo 3, or even Path of Exile for that matter, with the way everything is open world. I don't know. We'll see. I haven't decided for sure. You're obsessed with the builds. That's cool. I'm glad I mean, that's awesome. I'm glad. And we'll see. Like, once it comes out, maybe I will deep dive into it again. We'll see. Yo, what's up, Andy? How you doing? Long time no see. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what PoE 2 brings to the table. There isn't anything in Diablo 4 that, for me at least, scratches that same itch as maps in Path of Exile in-game. That, with the combination of, like, just how all the build you're working on Path of Exile has, like, come together by the time you get to maps, you know? I just didn't get that same feeling in Diablo so far, at least. Yeah, and maybe the other thing is, Crucian, and I haven't really, like, given this much thought, but in Diablo, I played Diablo 1, I played Diablo 2, I played Diablo 3 a lot. And over time, like, my favorite character to play was the wizard or sorcerer, whatever it's named in whichever version. And in Diablo 4, I found the sorcerer to be disappointing. And I'm not talking about the power level, like whether or not what tier class it is. I don't care about any of that. I'm not trying to push bleeding edge content in Diablo 4. But the builds that I tried to make or even looked up and made from other people, I just didn't find the gameplay that fun. And I've always found that class really fun to play. So if I did play it again, I would probably try a different class, which is weird because that's, again, always been my favorite class. Yeah, I've not played Druid at all. I mean, except in the beta. I played all the classes to, you know, a certain level in the beta, but... no, I don't need to actually try the reels. I trust y'all. Honestly, hearing from someone that has used the reel a decent amount is way more helpful for me than me, like, trying it for 10 minutes or whatever, because... I'm not the most, like, detailed person or observant person, so I'm gonna, like, use it and I'm gonna be like, oh man, that was great, it looks cool, I pulled that fish in. But if you've used it a lot, you've started to notice a lot of the details and all that, so that's way more important. Wait, dead fish and dead fish bottom rigs share points. Wait, what are we talking about? Dead fish. Dead fish and dead fish bottom rigs. Oops. Dead fish. Okay, there's dead fish bottom rigs. But when do you open up dead fish? Oh, this. Oh, it's got to, right? I don't know for sure, but surely it does. So you're saying you don't think they do? Do the boat and pilker rods share points? Yes. I actually don't know if they do or not. I just can't imagine that I put 14 points into both. So you're 99% sure that dead fish and dead fish bottom do not? I have no idea. So you only potion twice on the capstone dungeon using your druid build? That's cool. I don't even like. I really didn't get to experience the capstone dungeon because somebody ran through it with me. So between the two of us, like, we just melted the place. So I really don't know what it would be like to go through capstone if you were like right at the power level, or how challenging it is or whatever. It's weird to me that those are two separate categories at all. I mean, I know you unlock. That looks so cool. You've actually got a jig head on the fish. I wish I could catch better fish with it, though. This might only be our second fish on this rig. Ooh, is that right, Cisa? Was the bite rate pretty slow overall, or was it okay? Can you do like, can you jig that one? Like, can you pilker it up and down or whatever, or you just leave it in the bottom layer? I feel like I tested that the other day, but I can't remember what seemed to work the best. So can anybody confirm if the boat and pilker rods share points or not? You can do jig vertical, jig step, and bottom move. Okay. I feel like it would make sense to me that the boat rods and pilker rods would share points. Because if they don't share points, once you unlock boat rods, why would you, like, wouldn't you just only use boat rods and put points in boat rods? Okay, Todd says yes they do. Thank you. Like, I feel like they have to share points or you just would never use a pilker rod again. Oh, thank you, Todd. Oh yeah, Blunty was working on that spreadsheet of what shares points and what doesn't. Let me see if he has that one listed. Where is that? Skill trees? Oh yeah, it was under skill trees. All right, so let's go down to marine fishing, use of pilker rods. Yes. Points also apply to using light boat rods, medium boat rods, and heavy boat rods. Yeah. So if y'all don't have Blunty's spreadsheet, these kind of things are really helpful to have on here. It develops with boat rods. Thank you, Laza. It's funny, like, what is listed in here and what's not. So in here it says, this skill is developed along with the skills of fishing with a pilker rod and other classes of boat rods. So if you go down to this, it doesn't say anything about... Oh, okay. So it must be separate. Because if you look at using the dead fish rig, it says this skill is developed along with the ability to fish a giant jig with silicone bait. So these two are actually joined. So weird. So weird. And then bottom rigs with rattling sinker is combined with this one. Classic marine bottom rigs. So these two go together. Paternoster looks like it's by itself. And so does flying collar. It's so weird. Oh, it's just like bizarre. Some stuff is together, some stuff is not. I mean, this is our 24th fish. One got away. We've been here almost an hour, but the average weight is probably pretty decent. So, I mean, seems like a good spot. We would have probably been at 30 to 35 fish if we had the same setup on all three. Instead, we have a pretty big setup with the large pellets on this first one. So, I mean, it seems really healthy. We happen to have not hit the trophy, but A lot of people are trophying carp in this spot right now. Popped it off again. I'm being way too aggressive for carp. So that's 2 that have gotten away. Both of them were probably like, you know, 15 to 18 kilo carp that I just wasn't feeling like being patient enough for. So 83's actually been better. We could switch to 83 just to kind of do the double test real quick to this morning. And try, instead of staying here indefinitely. All right, here's somebody fishing. So Pete, that little spot like between the 180 and the 200, that's gotten really popular. I mean, I caught some pretty nice fish there as well. But it's interesting how popular that's gotten. It's not the best bite rate. It's just good quality fish at times. Oh, it wasn't that much better? Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of feeling like going to Norway anyway. So maybe we just finish up this hour and... Man, I've really, like, I'm out of practice with carp fishing. I got to figure out that sort of the difference in reeling it in when it's ready to come in versus pulling on it when it's fighting and then increasing your chance of pulling the hook out. Really? So Saith are good at 30 right now. Is that what you're experiencing? One thing I want to do is... I think I actually... So right now I have the Cardinal on the Ocean Queen. I think I want to change that. I think I want to put the Taiga C on the Ocean Queen. Let's see, this goes up to 78. Oh, that's why I did it that way. Yeah, so the question is... Well, no, it still makes sense. It still makes sense, right? Because that's got a 68 load capacity, so we probably, the blank's at 3%. So we're just barely okay with keeping that at 61% for now. It will have to be replaced eventually if we want to run it at 60 though. I feel like Saith really slowed down at 34 though. Yeah, I think this becomes... This is the only situation when it's nice to have this as the boat rod, is that you can't do... Isn't that right? You can't do flying collar on a pilker rod. So it's like, if you want to go for that flying collar trophy, but how often is that? Like that's so situational, right? I still think it makes sense overall to put the cardinal on this one. Wait, are you agreeing with me or disagreeing with me? Test on pilkers is low, so you can use them with most rigs lures. So pilker should be the weakest rod? Is that what you're saying? Like basically I'm trying to kind of like the way I was conceptualizing this for the video I'm going to make is my weakest setup is on my Ocean Queen Pilker rod. My mid-tier setup is on the Coast Runner light boat rod, and my strongest setup is on the Poseidon medium boat rod. And the only disadvantage to, man, it's such a good time to get a mirror trophy. And they're very gettable in that spot. I just didn't get one. Heavy test is 2,500. Yeah, oh, you're talking about on the heavy boat rod? So you can use it with a huge dead fish, yeah. All right. So it was like 330 plus 30. So an hour, 360 silver, something like that. Obviously, if you get the trophy, it goes way up. All right. Is there anything else we want to do before going back to Norway? Like, do we want to go catch a trophy, or I mean, catch some pike on Old Berg? See how good that's going. That's the only thing I can think of that I've thought about doing lately. Sterlet have been good on Tunguska. Do that. That sounds fun. Okay. Let's do that. Let me see. We'll spend at least the morning doing that. And we'll see how it goes. So, in that case, we're going to use... This is our nice jerkbait rod, right? All right, let's go ahead and go to Old Berg. I hate to go to Old Berg in case there's something I need. It may be worth going somewhere else first, but probably not. So we'll go to Mosquito first. We'll get some free food. And I think that... Where is it? Now I can't find it. Oh, I already put it here. I think this is my nice jerkbait rod. which in the past, how heavy are we going to be doing this? 30 kilo? I mean, I don't get to use the rocket jet much. Let's just do that. All right. So we're going 30 kilo heavy leader, right? Steel. And we're going... We really could do... I guess we'll do braid. I mean, I don't know. We could do whatever we want, really. We'll do this. And then they're using the 10F004 on this one. 10F004. We probably want... kind of want, and I don't want to go digging for them, so let's see if we can just find some. Let me just buy some. I kind of want the 3/0 hooks. All right. All right, that's the setup. Pike are fighters, man. They are fighters. How is it, Mystic? How's the Tunguska spot? I mean, I'm guessing it's slow at times, right? I mean, I feel like sterlet come in at certain times in the day. You might catch 2 or 3 or 4 in a row, and then you might not catch any for a while. Isn't that how it normally is with those kind of things? It's like midnight. What are we going to do with ourselves here? People are doing, at least this one. Is this the best spot? The 6260? Let's go look and see where this is. We could set up just for like random eel or something. $62.60. How big do pike get is the question, though. So the world record pike at Old Berg is 18.9. I just wanted to see this spot, see where this is. Man. All right, so we're kind of like probably just casting this way and bringing it back towards us. I don't really know this spot. That's pretty cool. H3, is that where I am? Yeah. You got a trophy muskin. That's wild. There's a challenge in jig step for catfish, 10 kilo on Old Berg. Really? I did not know that. All right, so what do y'all think? Closest eel spot would be that spot right out of the fort? I mean, I don't know if it's working right now. I've still got these set up from when we went for burbot. Well, we don't have long because we want to get those early morning pike if they're there. How deep is it right here? Y'all think it's like 1.5 meters, something like that? It's kind of sideways, isn't it? Okay. That is so crazy that you got a trophy muskin that way, Mystic. uh, be careful, you might run out of fish baits. I love it. Yeah, I don't know if I have a the match rod that you need to use for, let's see, test. Oh, I guess this one. So this one I could actually do bait fish on, right? Maybe not all bait fish, but I don't know. It's got a bigger test than anything else I have. Made global records. That's awesome. Where would you even go for a big catfish? I mean, just some of these deeper spots. Is that where you would hope to find a catfish here? Let's see. You said it was on the jigging one. I've not done any of this hardly. Catfish. Which spot are you at, Matt? I didn't feel like it was dead. I just, no, I'm not sure it was cool. Like, I mean, we had what, 360 silver in an hour. If we had trophied, it'd been a little bit more than that, but it's fine. Down at the camp area. Interesting. So just randomly out near camp, huh? This wasn't a good eel night in terms of weather and all that. Oh, I'm half tempted to leave these rods in the water. It's probably not worth it. Let's just focus on pike. But I do kind of want to go ahead and get down there, I think. What am I after now? Pike. We're trying to catch some pike. The other thing we can do once we get back down there is we can look and see what other lures should we have set up as being ready. In case this one like just doesn't work good for us for some reason. 62, 60. I mean, you know, pike will start biting here pretty soon. We're not going to have to wait long. This is such a big lure to be using at Old Berg, but I know they, you know, sometimes work, so. All right, let's see what else is on the pike list for Old Berg. Just real quick. What? This is the only Old Berg one? Look at that. Look at that squirrel. I want to go fish with squirrels at Tunguska one day. I don't really feel like I've done that enough, if hardly ever. I don't even know what that is. I mean, I kind of do, but what about other? Let's start looking at some of the smarter people servers. A lot of people are using this week. Okay. I don't really know anything else to use. We're just going to use this. All right, if I go 70%, how far is that? Is that too far? Where are the bites actually happening, do y'all think? Okay. Towards the end, at least, we got it more consistently. What was the first jerk rod I bought? The Model 1. This one's really a lot. It's a cheaper one, and I think it's just harder. It might have to do with stiffness or something. Harder to use to get the walking the dog thing as consistently. We have this steel leader on here. I mean, we're pretty much just going to catch pike. We might occasionally see a perch, but using this setup and this huge lure, it'll mostly just be pike if we get anything. Which Discord? RF4 Discord? What's up, Cassavir? Alright, so far, the active bites that we've gotten have been pretty close. Like, once it gets close to the, like, grass and stuff. So I'm not sure we actually need to cast as far as we've been casting. It might be more like a 50% cast. Yep. It's like right when it gets to the... It's a nice pike. That is a nice pike. Okay. Let's go 50%, and then maybe we won't have to wait as long. So I'm just shift reeling on reel speed 50. Just giving it, you know, just a little bit of speed there. Another nice one. Official? Okay. Welcome back, Renzi. There's a nice fatty common, Matt. Maybe 6494 is going to treat you better. What chat am I in this morning, by the way? I don't think I ever announced... I don't know that I ever announced the stream in Discord, in chat. Oh my goodness. I'll have to hire a personal assistant. That's where we want it. If I could successfully put it right there every time. I think I would. Although we did not catch a fish. So maybe I wouldn't. Yo, what's up, George? The other side of the map at Amber? Map at Amber? Is there a spot that's working on the other side of the map? I keep pressing forward here a little bit more and more. Settings, control, disabling inertia. Oh gosh, I can't tell a difference. Can you tell a difference? I mean, I usually do disable stuff like that. Like, you know, screen shake or head bobbing, or sometimes that kind of stuff does make me nauseated, so I'm happy to disable it. I just don't know that I can actually tell much of a difference. Really? Okay. I think it just bounced off that log and then a pike hit it. So the spot that we've gotten bites most often is like right there, just to the left of the log before it hits the green stuff. Yo, what's up, Blood? How you doing? Yep, same spot. That's where they are. That is where they are. This is about as close as we come to having something top water with a predator fish coming and attacking it on the top water, right? There's just a couple of situations where this is relevant, and you sometimes get to see the action on the top of the water. I think we're past the honey hole there. Are jerk rods expensive? I have no idea. I feel like this one was pretty expensive. I was saying this before, might have been before you got here. I first bought the Model 1 jerk rod because in general I've liked Model 1 rods in the game. But it was actually a lot harder to use than this one. I think because of the stiffness. Getting walk the dog was a little harder on that one. I think. Anyway, this one has a higher load capacity and all that, so you can really like load up for those fun carp pike fights, especially at Ladoga. I would say like as far as how much I've used it, this is was probably one of my most regrettable expensive gear purchases. I've ended up not using this very much at all. It is juicy. They're so fun to catch, and especially at Ladoga, sometimes they pop off, like they're a blast. But I don't know. I just don't do it as much as I thought I would. But like before Norway, other than Volkov, I haven't really. It's not like I do a ton of spin fishing, so if you're one of those players that does a ton of spin fishing, to me this would be worthwhile because it's like a way to specialize in a certain type of spin fishing. And pike are so lucrative to catch when they're really hot. Some people could just stand here and do this all day, I think. I get, I can do it for a couple minutes, but then I'm like, okay, what's next? You're still trying to find a pumpkin seed? How did they nerf them, Lagerlout? I don't remember that. Again, I probably just don't pay attention to pike or to spin fishing as much, but they nerfed jerk rods in particular. Didn't, was it Fisher Online? I feel like Fisher Online nerfed jerk rods too. I feel like I got a jerk rod and was like doing jerk rod stuff in Fisher Online, and they were determined to be too strong and they got just really nerfed hard. Like all of a sudden it was hard to catch fish with them. They decreased the effectiveness of a while back. Okay. Yeah, I just don't remember. But I think in Fisher Online, like, there was something going on even with other lures, not just the jerk lures or whatever. Suddenly people were just like catching a lot of fish. Like, I don't know. Something was maybe not tweaked right or... All right, last cast. It's noon. It's going to be slower in the afternoon anyway. It'll pick up again in the evening, but I'm not going to stay all day. Yeah, but imagine trying to level up spin fishing before they came out with Belaya. Like, I feel like when all you had was Winding and then Old Berg to Corey, that was kind of a rough way to start the game. But now that they've got Belaya, it's really not bad at all. I mean, you can get to Corey on just Belaya. Especially if Old Berg is like really slow for spin fishing, which sometimes it is. Okay, so we got some pike. If you stay there all day, you get some more pike. If you get lucky with the cafe order, you make a lot of silver. Really? Quick 81 silver, we'll take it. Well, I mean, like any map, Belaya certainly has its ups and downs, I guess. But when it's good, it's a blast. Have you been back with like an ultralight setup, or have you tried anything else at Belaya since you've gotten farther in the game? Okay. So, kind of doing what I'm talking about. The Poseidon is our strong one. The Ocean Queen is our starter one. And the Coast Runner is our middle one. So starter, middle, heavy. Do we want to try? I know it's so slow, so we can't try it forever. But I kind of want to try the... Somebody posted in our Discord. They were trolling 75 and got a daggum trophy. Was it swordfish? No, tuna. Oh, I just want to catch a tuna like that so bad. Would that not be the best? Oh my goodness. But I've tried trolling the 75. It's brutal. It is brutal, but I might do it again just because of that. Just because of that. Just see if we can get anything. All right, he had the 2301 up here, oddly enough. All right. And then just the normal assortment of squids, right? And the crazy thing is it actually came in on the lure. All right. Looks like he went with 10-0 hooks on all of them. No, I'll do that in a second. And then 2302. The nice thing is, like, this is a pretty good setup that we could use. Anywhere in the deep spots I'm talking about. All right, what do we want to get here? A 10-0. And oh, that's interesting. All right. Okay. Let's see. So 34 meter trophy sardine on the little stuff. All right, 30 meter. I might be more interested in trying this. 30 meter. Yeah, that's fascinating. We got to try this. I always like seeing people like doing weird stuff. Okay, so I would probably do that on this setup. Ooh, why are they using a large one? Is that really a thing? We don't... You just don't see that very often. All right, I'll try it, at least for a minute. I mean, if it... I'm nervous it's going to be such small fish, but they seem to have good results from it. This actually is a setup, now that I'm thinking about it. This is probably a setup that I would feel better using on my... But they had a blue tag safe on it. They had a blue tag safe on it. So we'll start on this setup and then we might move it. We might move it. All right, so Real Minnow 4001. I am so curious about this. Real Minnow, I doubt I have this one, or at least many of them. 4001, I've got one. We need 2 more. Let's try it out. Where are these little things? Oh, right here. Oh, this is wild. All right, we're down a white, and an orange. Eventually, we'll have so many of these things that we'll be able to do any combination. Okay. Now, is there anything we want to set up on our weakest? I mean, normally I would say this is what we would want on our weakest, but because I haven't done this particular fishing, I'm kind of a little nervous till we get out there and see it, and then I'll switch it over. Pike was good. Yeah, I mean, we made about 81 silver in, like, you know, that 4-hour morning slot till noon or whatever. But it was interesting. Is that the poor beagle, or is that not the poor beagle? Yo, that fish is not in the game yet, right? But it is in Dave the Diver. Or am I wrong? Like, I've seen that in Dave the Diver, but I don't think that's here in Norway yet, right? So there's quite a few fish that... I don't know what's going on with that little sucker. Wait, that's 3 wolffish right there. I guess that's all 3 of them. What is that? We don't have stingrays yet, do we? Oh, is that the conger eel or some kind of eel? That's cool. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm seeing 3 wolffish, which is how many we have. There's a footballer. I guess that is the poor beagle. An extra flatfish. I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. Why is the squid so big? Just like relative to the other fish? Doesn't the squid look bigger than it needs to? Yeah, extra flatfish. Man. Okay. So I think for now, I'm just gonna... I'm not even sure. So we're gonna start off using this one. So we'll put that there. Put that there. Let's see what's on the top left. What is that? I don't know. There's several fish on here. Several fish on here that are new. That would be new. So I guess there's at least one more big update coming to Norway, right? If all those fish are going to make it in the game. All right, pollock. We know that pollock and wolffish are pretty easy at 34. Honestly, that sorry order is also pretty easy at 34. But I do kind of want to see what this feels like at 30. This rig we just put together. Do y'all feel like the Saith are moving back into 34? Like yesterday or day before, sometime recently, it kind of got to a point where I wasn't catching any more Saith at 34, really. Yeah, there's that Cusk order. If Cusk are more active at 30 than they are, I mean, at 34 again, I'm not getting a ton of Cusk right now. Cod and pollock and haddock, yeah. So let's see. Shikari says, "What would you suggest for an attraction element about to unlock those?" Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. So when we're fishing for, I mean, first of all, these color beads, they get used a lot on drop shots, especially. Up top, the rattles are good for wolffish and maybe trolling. I mean, I think that's what we're trying to do with this setup is use it in the trolling setup. But, oh shoot. I keep forgetting we're going to 30. But I don't know. Even though I'm not using it on this, a lot of times I use fire sticks and fire tubes. It's tough. Like, I think the big thing is like starting out, just don't overspin trying to get too many of them. Just pick a setup you like from VK or something and use the ones they're using and just kind of go from there. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling too, Laza. I'm wondering if they're going to be a little more active at 34. We'll see. Or at 30, where we're about to fish. We'll see, though. Which, to be fair, there's worse things than being full of cod, pollock, and haddock. I mean, that's a pretty good problem to have, right? Are you trying to get that trophy eel pout? It's a nice pollock to start off with. That was on one of the real minnows. It's amazing. So many things seem to work so well here. Oh, Pollocker, amazing silver. What seeds did you find, Junior Mall? Alright, we've already got the Pollock order filled, although a smaller one would be fine too. You found pumpkin seeds? So the only thing I'm noticing right now is that there's just so little weight on this rig. It's not dropping very quickly. It does seem to be catching fish very well, but it's kind of a slow drop. Alright, there's a safe. Yeah, we might be able to finish that safe order pretty easily at 30. Wait, why are we looking for pumpkin seeds again? I feel like my brain is maybe not working. Is there something I'm supposed to remember about pumpkin seeds? Yo. The safe are real right now on these real minnows. Oh, goodness. I get it now. The pumpkin seed fish. So, when you said seeds, I'm like thinking about some sort of farming game or something. And then you said pumpkins, and I'm still thinking farming game. Okay. I feel like, okay, I'm not losing my mind. I mean, I am a little bit, but I got back on track. I understand now. You're at Donitz. You're trying to find the pumpkin seeds. All right, so far we're on safe, haddock, pollock, and place. That's true. You do need to farm a lot of silver. Pumpkin seeds did get buffed. They are worth a little more silver these days, thankfully. We've drifted off the 30-meter bank, by the way. Good evening to you, Aegisus. Oh, man. So one thing I want to change about this setup, and I don't think many of the fish... Okay, so that was on the maggot. Was anything else on the maggot? No. I just want to get a heavier jig on there. Even if it's a larger size hook. Most of the fish we're catching are on the real minnows anyway. I don't like having this light of a deal with the deal, so we're going to increase the weight. It's a nice little haddock there. All right, so we can go... So large one that we're using now weighs 21 grams. We go to a 2-aught, we go to 42 grams. I don't think we can go above 2-aught and use the same lure. Like if we go 4-0, we can't use... Oh, we can. And that's 50 grams. Oh, here we go. A 3-aught's 54 grams, a 4-aught's 68 grams. Can we still use it? Yeah, we're getting even heavier. Maybe we try this? I don't know. It's like more than double the weight of the jig, right? We want to go mostly east, I think. Yeah. Now, maybe we completely, like, kill our bite rate on that maggot, but... Oh, is that right, Moy? I will definitely look into that. That's, like, a good question. Like, what's the heaviest, you know, 4-aught or 3-aught or 2-aught or whatever to actually get some weight to let this thing sink a little faster? Because this isn't really a rig that we're expecting a ton of hits on the drop. I mean, I think we actually want to get down to the bottom and catch stuff down there some, so. That seemed much better, by the way. On the drop time. Hey, a little spiny. All right, let's see what that was on. Yep, real minnow. Everything seems to like these real minnows. I'll switch it out. Look at this bite rate too. You're saying I have it as in it's in my inventory, or as in it exists? Pollock. All right, 4-0. You're just saying it exists. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, good to know. We need to all go take our Dramamine. Ooh. Hold on, what's the cusk size? 2 at 2.5. That's perfect. We just need one more. Man, we might we have a real chance on 4 cafe orders right now. Between this spot and 34, I think. If we can get this second cusk. I think the safe will come eventually. You want a new shorthead barbel trophy? Looks like they're coming out. What's up, swag? Yes. 1, 2. Okay. I've never been so excited to see a couple of cusk before. But there you go. That's what the cafe does to us. That is a third safe, although one of them is just way too big, but, you know, technically. Clappertay, what's up? How you doing? I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. We are crushing cafe orders as we speak. About to fall off the 30-meter bank, though. What's up, Null Signal? You find the repair cost a little high? Maybe. I'm not sure. So this is just one of the reels I use here, so I haven't necessarily noticed. I guess I'll have a friction brake repair coming up at some point. Yeah, I don't know. At this level, I feel like repair is definitely expensive when you're using this expensive gear. So, I don't know. Is it more expensive compared to other similarly cost? Similar cost. Reels? I don't know. $5,000 silver. Yeah, it's expensive. I mean, how overloaded do you have yours? Like, so far, I've not been using it more than 60 kilo line. So that might be, like, I might be getting a slower damage rate. I don't know. And I also don't fish for big fish with this reel. I've got a bigger reel that I go for bigger fish with, so I think that just changes things a little bit. You use 85? Okay, interesting. How fast? I mean, like, how long is a repair lasting before you have to repair it? Do you know? Thank goodness we can turn to 10 days. Really? That seems quick. I mean, I guess it depends on how many hours you're putting in, but what's up, Addy? Yo, we gotta watch this, speaking of 60. cod. So how much silver have you saved up at? So like even with that repair cost, how much silver have you saved up at Norwegian Sea, would you say? You're 85%. What heavy reel do you recommend? I think it's totally personal preference. I think there's strengths and weaknesses of all the different options. I use the Borealica reel or whatever, but that's just kind of what I ended up with. I think there's a lot of good options. Somebody was making a really good argument for the what's it called? Albatross or something like that earlier. So I was looking at that one. That does look good. Obviously, you've got the Triumph and the Imperial. On the cheaper end, you've got the, what is it? The Tygus LTD something something. It's like 40 something K. And we have no idea when, and we're not even sure if, but a lot of people seem to think that, oh, it's another Saith, that there's going to be even heavier reels coming at some point. We don't know when or if, but I think that's the feeling on the street. Because if you look at, I mean, one of the reasons for it is just, it's just obvious. If you look at the big boat rods, it says it can take up to size conventional 60 when we don't have 60 reels in the game yet. The Zyman Ranger. Is that a bait casting? I don't think I have that one, but I think I've seen it. Yeah. The Zyman Ranger, ZM Ranger. Is that like the, is that green or something? I'm trying to visualize that one. I know I've looked at that one before. I'll pull it up on the sheet when I'm dropping this next one. Yeah, the Saith are here. If you, like Laza and others were saying, if you're looking for Saith, you need bait, you want to do cafe order, I think 30 is more reliable now than 34 for Saith. Okay, see if I can get to the real sheet here. All right, the Z70 ZM Ranger cost 9,000 silver, just under 10 actually, if you round up 10K. You've got 18.1 18.1 drag, max drag. Which makes me think of the Tal 5000, which I love. I love this reel, by the way. It's probably has a much bigger spool than the 5000 because this one is a lot cheaper. And it goes mech weight up to 88. It is also saltwater protected, which this one is not. I mean, that just shows you how good of a deal that Christmas reel is. I think it costs like maybe half the cost of that ZM Ranger. I mean, it does have some disadvantages, but it's just great power for its cost. Is that right, Moy? That's cool. I mean, that's cool. It's like there's just so many options now, so many ways to approach it. And I do think it's worth considering just using an existing spinning reel on a smaller setup if you already have something that qualifies versus jumping right into a cheap conventional reel. That makes sense to me. Truda with an edible crab. Truda just casually catching an edible crab there. Saith. It's a Saith, right? You know how I know it pulled really strong for about 1.5 seconds? Ooh, muy, that's awesome. Nice Saith. Holy cow. So you like the ZM Ranger better than having the Taiga C40? Sorry, C30, not the C40, the C30. Basically same price. The Ranger's going to have a little bit more strength. The Taiga C30 is going to have a lot more spool. They're both saltwater protected. I mean, that's the kind of tough decision, right? Do you want a bait casting reel with a little more power or a conventional reel with a lot more spool? The Taiga C also has a much heavier or a heavier mech weight. So like catfishing and stuff like that is more realistic with it. Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, y'all both call it nice Greenlands. I mean, to be fair, and I don't know what a 54 kilo Greenland would be like on a Taiga C, but to be fair, those Greenlands are pretty lazy. So if you're gonna pick a fish and make it sound like it can catch a really high, you know, how does it do on a 50 kilo cod? isn't that much more of a test than a 50 kilo Greenland? What's up, bot? I wouldn't want to catch a 50 kilo cod on the Taiga Sea. Probably could because of the spool size and all that, but that'd be an adventure. Okay, so you go 110 bot on the Cardinal. I'm actually trying to put together a progression video for Norway, and that's actually helpful because I have gone back and forth on what to recommend in terms of what line size to use with the Cardinal. I've always used 60, so I'm probably, you know, damaging it a lot more slowly and all that, but I also don't go for big fish on it. But that makes sense. Because you got that mech weight somewhere north of 132, right? Goodness, yeah, that's a good point, Jasco. That's another consideration. Just as you get farther into sea fishing, you got to watch the test of the stuff you're using. What feeder? Fortuna 420. You could also say at that point start saving up for a Fortuna carp rod and switch over to carp rods. But if you want to do feeder, I would do Fortuna 420, I think. Yeah, that's right. Everything was taking a lot more wear damage in those first 2 weeks, right? Yeah, there you go. Ah, that's another good point, bot. We're just dropping it right down into the water, right? Yeah, wingers, I would get the Caliber HSV. And if you do that, you can start easing into carp fishing if you want to, especially like at Bear, Oldberg, Bear. The basic rental gear that they give you for the trips is actually pretty decent. It's a pretty good representation of what, you know, fairly like a little more than beginner setup is going to feel like at Norway. I think the starting, do they start you out on a 45 liter? What size liter do they give you on that rental? I can't remember now. I actually haven't done the trips on my main account, which I do think I'll do eventually just for fun. you can't afford the HSV. I mean, ultimately, I would just save for the HSV. You could put something like a Saber 60 on there. That's just a little, it's not quite enough strength to really go for carp, aggressively at least. But it's an upgrade over your basic, starter reels. So you could do something like that, but I would just focus on cafe orders, bream fishing, whatever you like to do, and save up for the caliber HSV. All right, so we got to think about this. Safe, clearly we have enough for the order. We have pollock for the order. We have cusk for the order. So the other easy cafe, I shouldn't say easy because it just depends on what size we catch. The other thing we could do is go to 34 and try to get the sorry. And then all of a sudden we've got 1, 2, 3. That would be 4 cafe orders. We could also throw the rattle weight thing down and try to catch a 2 kilo wolffish real quick at 34. They're a little bit there, right? Are they more active at night though? There's another safe for the order. Okay. Let's go to, I need to pee as well, but let's go to 34. Let me get this, all right, what do we want to do for sorry? Probably just some of the shrimp, right? Yeah, green, white, green maybe, green, white, purple maybe. We could do it, I think we do it on a pilker. Okay. That should work good. I think we'll catch some good sorry on that, if I'm not mistaken. All right, I'll be right back. Operation Small Fish. Let's go. Yo, what happened? This used to be so easy. Canadian Way, how's it going? I think we're just at the wrong spot. That's what I'm going to tell myself. This will be much better right over here at this spot. These, sorry, need to be 150 gram. Not these 60 and 80 gram. Yo, I was really impressed with 30 bank right now. 30 bank's kind of where it's at, it feels like, for just like some good, nice mackerel. Some good fishing, you know? That was pretty good. We are absolutely failing at our mission of 150 grams, sorry, so far. It's a fat sardine. Getting a little snack in me. I don't know, putting off lunch a little longer. I had a bite perfectly when I didn't see. Sounds about right. I mean, we've had 0 keeper sorries. Okay, now we've got 1. That second one needs to come a lot faster than the first one did, though. If we're going to go for 4 for this order. And then we're going to try briefly to get a 2 kilo wolffish right here at the 34 meter hole. And then we're going to go troll the 75 meter hole for a tuna. At least for as long as I can stand it. Yo, Pida. Pida, where'd you catch it? I think I called you Pida. It's kind of fun. Grats, Pida, on a really nice Opa. There's 2. We got 2. Oh, 75. At 45. Ooh. Yeah, I'm going to be doing 75 at 45 too. Were you trolling? That's exactly what I'm going to be doing. Or were you just perking at 45? Maybe that's the play. Maybe instead of trolling, we go for perking. The only reason why trolling... Like, the troll... I mean, the good thing about trolling for him is that he hooked into a trophy tuna. Let's see, what setup was he using? He's using the albacore with 181. Hey, there's an albacore, by the way. I don't know. It's kind of a tough choice. I wish I could see how he was trolling. In other words, was he perking while trolling? Like, probably. Or was he just sitting there trolling? I mean, you troll so slow. It's not that different. It's just like, I don't know. You kind of want to get that albacore? Yeah, I hear you. I mean, it's... I get why Cisa is saying that all things considered, he considers the albacore the best all-around reel. Just when you look at the price of it compared to the more expensive ones, it does seem like a really good value. Have we gotten a third one yet, or are we still at 2 here? Because I'm running out of patience. Oh, there's 3, right? I think we just got third one. Yep, okay. We just need 1 more. We can do it, chat. We can dominate the cafe. You can dominate the cafe too. We're making all of our silver now so we can go be disappointed trying to find a tuna with the rest of our stream. Oops. Forgot to stop it. It's alright. So you just caught an 11 kilo sword? I would love a big fat sword and a big fat tuna this afternoon. Let's make it happen. That is a tiny dogfish. What was that doing at 25 meters? They're usually on the bottom. It's like he just got born, just birthed up to 25 meters and then caught on our lure. It's okay, we released him. He can go grow and become a big spiny dogfish. Yo, did y'all see my, I bet I'm not even on US Weeklies anymore, am I? Hold on, I gotta check this, but I want to try to get this fish in first. This looks pretty small. That was a puppy spiny? Yeah, it really was. Oh my goodness. All right. Am I still on the US Weeklies? I think it happened so early in the week that I'm guessing I'm no longer there. Oh, I am still there. And that was my first trophy spiny dogfish. When did that happen? 2 days ago? You know where that fish was? This little stretch here. The little stretch that keeps giving. Slow bite rate, but nice fish. Oh, I wish I remembered that, Moy. How much silver for that? I have no idea. I actually have no idea. And it was like after a long stream, and I just fished for a few more minutes or whatever and got that, and I was so exhausted, like I didn't even have it in me to, do a video or anything. It's gone forever. All right, we got it, chat. Okay. So, this setup was really good at 30, but we need to change it to this. What's our weight here? We need to change it to this. Am I really going to do this with 60? Yes, because I don't think we're actually going to hit something that good. We want rattles all around. And we're going for bite rate here, obviously. Because we're just trying to get a quick... We're just trying to get a quick 2-kilo wolffish so that we can totally dominate the cafe. Right now, we're just sort of dominating. Okay. I know we are taking a little bit of a risk, but I like to live on the edge, and I just want to let my big setup rest because it's got a big afternoon ahead of it, you know? A big afternoon of just sitting there not catching anything. What? I don't know. If you're like me, you didn't see that one coming. Did not see that one coming. We got the wolf baits out, and we catch the eel pout. It's fine, we'll take it. Oh, come on. I mean, it does have to be 2 kilo. Wow. Eel pouts really like this setup. We are 2 for 2 on eel pouts. People have been catching small Atlantic wolffish in the 34 though. I'm not just making that up, right? I feel like that was happening yesterday to people pretty regularly. I'm right? Okay. I thought so. Are we going to need to put a large fillet on there? I mean, we could just pop over to 55 and do this for real, you know? But I know there's Hallies there. Hmm. Three squares over. We could probably pretty easily catch one at 55. Then we spawn back to cafe, turn it all in, and then we go tuna fishing. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, 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 no. Just gotta get it off the bottom. Do cusk like these two? You know what? I had a pretty good bite rate and quality of fish at the 30-meter bank. I started off at amber, so I haven't been at Norway that long. But 30-meter was actually really good for me. If you're looking for, like, you know, fast action, a lot of safe, more safe at 30 right now than 34. All right, we just need this to be Atlantic wolffish, guys. Not a cusk. Oh, it's a cod. All right, let's go one more time. Yeah, I'm trying to get the wolf cafe order. It's just a small Atlantic wolf is all we need. I might just run over to 55 real quick and take a chance there. Truda is killing the eel pout. Truda's going for like a blue tag, super rare eel pout or something. Yeah, we've basically, I think we've done 4 cafe orders. And if we could find a little Atlantic wolffish, that would be 5. Then we're going to go try to get a tuna. All right, let's just run over to 55. Get a small wolf. I'm just trying to get a little 2-kilo Atlantic wolf for the cafe order, Pitum. Just because we've gotten so many cafe orders right now, we're trying to just get as many as we can before going up for the big tuna. Yeah, we just want a baby wolf, exactly. And I don't want a Hallie. That's why I'm using the small stuff here. I need to remember to get some slightly smaller twin hooks. You had a tuna on red squid? That's awesome. Let's see. I was catching... This is what I did my sorry thing on. Green, white, and purple. I think there's a lot of stuff you can catch sorry on there. I mean, we did okay. We got what we needed for the quest at 34. Yeah, that's crazy. When like if you catch a tuna or a sword or something at 34, like it's just so weird. Yesterday, like some of those big poor beagles were coming out at 34. It's bizarre. in 75. Interesting. Okay. Come on, Wolfie. Stay away, Hallie. We're definitely taking a little chance here, bringing this set up to 75, but just want to roll the dice once or twice, see if we get a wolf. Oh, that stinks. That is no fun. What is this small little thing? I don't think that's 2 kilos. What? Sculpin followed me out here? All right, we'll give this another minute or two. Then we'll go turn in what we have cafe order wise. And then we'll head out to 75 for a tuna attempt. Surprised it's been this slow. Honestly. I mean, we were catching wolffish fairly consistently at 75 yesterday on this setup. Is that right? I didn't know that pied him. Does that coincide with like swordfish, or is swordfish different? This could be it, guys. Could have been worth the wait here. This feels like the right size. It's not too big. Wolffish are active at night. That would be... All we need is a little 2-kilo Atlantic wolffish. What if we catch a spotted one? Oh my goodness. Don't try to run off now. Oh, it's a cusk. Oh, it's a cusk. All right. So we'll see how much time is left on that wolffish order. I mean, we're going up to 75 for the tuna, so, you know, we might be able to nab one up there if it's a lot of time left. Ooh. 4 days? Yeah, that's plenty of time. Okay, so we got this sorry order. So let's see. All right, 170.66. Got the cusk order. 103.32. Got the pollock order. And got the saithe order easily. All right, that's 444 silver just on those 4 cafe orders. So 444 plus, and this is in just over an hour of fishing, plus 454.71, 900 silver in an hour fishing small stuff, but hitting the cafes right too, right? Okay, let's get out there. Let's go Let's give it an A for effort. And try to find a tuna. Yeah, that's right, Mui. And I feel like they're pretty consistently, those cafe orders are just like, you know, really good. Once a day, you can inject a nice percentage of silver into your trip by just hitting those cafe orders. It's annoying. Alright. Let me get past the islands and I'm going to go, I don't know, see if there's like just something pretty simple I can grab to eat. I don't want anything fancy or anything that's going to take long. And we're going to go, I think I'm going to start off trolling. And then we'll probably pick our spots and perk at different spots, basically. We're going to see if we can't, I mean, our goals here are to hit tuna, swordfish, or any shark species, right? I mean, that's the dream. Alright, I'll be right back. Wow. Chair did not do good driving the boat. How amazing would that be? Another feature for premium players. You put in the coordinates you want the boat to drive to, and then you just tab out. Wait for it to arrive. RF4 could be leading the way in AI-powered driving of boats. Okay, here we go. Now I gotta watch this, because look, you only get one shot. Mom's spaghetti. My kid would have appreciated that joke. Okay. You think that would sell a lot of premium? All right, I'm not gonna perk it yet, because I only half-heartedly want to catch a fish right now. As I finish my lunch. Palms are sweaty. Reference gotten. My kids haven't even seen the movie, by the way. But I've told them about that movie a little bit, and I've told them about that song and played part of that song for them. And so for years now, we just make the joke about Mom's spaghetti. That's good, Sneaky. Sounds like a lot of us basically just want to turn RF4 into a sandbox MMO, so we can all just like have our bait tackle stores, our charter boat business. Norwegian Life MMO, exactly. Then we can finally find somebody to operate the bear tackle store and cafe, right? just need some employees and a little capital to get it started. All right. Let's see if we can get a little more easterly. Direction here. Yeah, flea market for sure. All right, that should be good for now. Okay. In some ways, like, I wish this was, you know, one step above AFK fishing. But the truth is, even though it's going to be really boring and not many bites, we got to pay attention because... All right, let's stop it here. So every once in a while I'm going to stop it and I'm just going to perk it like right where we are. At 45 meters. Everything's going to be at 45 meters. Although, because there's no rod holder, it doesn't really save us that much time because we still have to reel it in to start the troll again. Yeah, even if it doesn't involve selling it to other players, I think it would bring a lot of relief to people to just get like partial market value for stuff they know they're not going to use anymore. Okay, so according to what Python told us, we're still not even in the window of time that tunas are active. So there might not be anything active right now, but we're just gonna start fishing, see if we can catch anything. Trolling and then just stopping and perking at places. Target, honestly, is tuna. But I'm assuming that going for tuna, maybe there's a small chance swordfish or one of the shark species could also get involved in the action, but we've got the 01, the 02, and the 01 again. You were getting hit by sharks at 60? All right, well, let's drop it to 60 for just a minute, because then we're going to pull it up and troll some more at 45. But I don't mind dropping it and moving it around a little bit just to keep it interesting and hopefully find a fish every once in a while. That might be too much to ask, but hey, if we do find a fish, there's a chance it's a really good one, right? I don't normally do this on stream, but every once in a while, you know, we just got to go for it. Hey, at least we got a bite. At least we got a bite. This is a good opportunity for us to go ahead and sit back down, start trolling again since we caught something, you know? Yeah, I'll take a safe. I'll take a safe as an excuse to get the line back in the boat. Ooh, it's a hake. It's a predator. All right. So, let's see here. Yeah, they're actually pretty good here. All right. Start the troll up again. Let's try to aim for kind of right through here. We probably won't really be into tuna time until our return trip. I mean, like once we've turned around and come back, but we'll see. Watch it be an Atlantic. I could be wrong, but I'm sort of assuming that I need to be perking it when we're trolling. Wouldn't y'all think so? I mean, we don't have it in the bottom layer. If you don't have perking, we're just dragging it around at 45 meters, right? At least this way there's a little bit more movement. But yeah, I think a lot of people would enjoy that, an automated flea market of some sort. Even if other players weren't involved, just a place to unload unwanted gear and get a little bit of silverback. Silverback? You do not perk when you're trolling, Royal? You just let it sit? Oh, Paternoster. You troll Paternoster. I got you. Patter. Yeah. No, I hear you. Yeah, and I probably should try both. It's hard because the bite rate's so slow. It's hard to know, you know, which is working, which isn't working. Are we actually moving forward, or is the current taking us backwards faster than we're moving forward? Yeah, I was wrong about the time. We're trolling so slow, it's easily going to be tuna time before we need to turn around or anything. So we're going to troll with perking till a little after 11 a.m. in game. And then I'm just going to find a spot in here somewhere. We'll stop and just perk in that spot for a little bit before trolling again. You think the cold temp's slowing down the fishing for you, Shikari? When it's cold, they go deeper. Interesting. All right, we're kind of just west of 75. I typically like this spot. Maybe this is a good spot to... Let's just perk it for a little bit. If we don't see something, we'll drop it down to 60 again. Is that trophy, sorry? Would 674 be a trophy? So if we don't get a fish here at 60, we'll go all the way to the bottom and try to get one. Hey, I'll take anything. I'll take a whiting. I'll take a mackerel. I'm not picky. I would certainly take an 8-kilo tuna because I feel like we're on the right track. But we caught this fish on the bottom. I don't think we're on the right track. You just got a 19-kilo Opa from the bottom? Hey, it's a whiting. That is one of the ones that I will happily take. All right, are we facing the right way here? Yeah. We'll go just a little bit more left of this. There we go. Around 50. Okay. You're after trophy grayling bot at Belaya? Man, I would be happy with a Opa of any size, really. $50 seems to be a good depth for Opa. Wow. Well, I'm gonna stick at 45 right now, just based on that tuna. We'll see how it goes. Ooh, come on. I mean, it felt small, unless I just hadn't caught up with it, right? But it did feel pretty small. So I'm going to not get upset. But, I mean, it didn't even give me the FGA, to be fair. Like, it wasn't fully on there. From 180. Ooh, interesting. Fish swamper. That's cool. Very little wind. So we're actually getting a pretty healthy little troll here. Could probably just stop perking and let it just troll, to be honest, but... Alright, let's just let it be for a minute. I want to ask, who was it that posted about this? This was Phoenix. Alright, I sent Phoenix a message. We'll see if Phoenix responds. Alright, no bites on the... let's see, where are we on the map, first of all? Yeah, we're getting there. Why don't we actually go ahead and stop it here? And let's just try to troll... Man, I hate that we had that almost bite and it didn't catch. You're going mad trying to get a football fish swamper? Yeah, I haven't, like, really gone down that road yet. That seems like could be a frustrating experience. Don't come down this road, it's bumpy. You'll want to throw your keyboard out the window. Yo, what's up, Emil? Yeah, you're right, bots. All those are tough fish to... And according to that poster at the harbor, they're just going to add more fish at some point. Probably some of those will be hard to catch too. Is there a way to tell if this person's even online? Oh no, they're offline. Okay, so I shouldn't expect a response right now. Just trying your new reel. Wait, what reel did you get? Ooh, the Goliath. Staying with the spinning. I love it. You'll have to let me know how that goes. All right. Let's go ahead and go down, see if we can't just get a fish somewhere here. And then we'll do a little more trolling. At some point, tuna time's going to be over. Maybe when tuna time's over, we just get out our giant silicone shad and see if we can catch something fun. Or we could just use the same setup and just fish off the bottom, I guess. Oh, yeah. Yeah, till you get the bigger rod, you're right. You can't use it at its full potential, for sure. Yeah. All right, welcome back, Renzi. Whoa. It's like as soon as we go to the bottom, we start getting some potential action. You mean with a bigger rod, Emil? Yeah, probably. I actually don't. I'd have to look up the specs. I'm not even sure what the specs are on the Goliath. Just don't go over the mech weight. Or don't go anywhere close to the mech weight, because you got to remember when it starts getting a little wear on it, that theoretical mech weight can go down. Oh, it's 130? So I'd probably stick to 100-ish. All right, there's a haddock. All right, where are we going to troll? We probably want to turn around up here. I think with the dead fish rigs, aren't you just supposed to let them sit in the bottom or something? Somebody was also saying you could troll those, but I don't know about that. As you can see, I do not have almost any success trolling on this map. You want a rod that has a load capacity significantly higher than whatever. Oh, you're asking about test of the rod? Yeah, if you want to use big lures, you got to have a big test. All right, how long we got here? Yeah, we're pretty good. Let's get back on the back again. I felt like I had a little bit more excitement back here. Because I can move around a little bit. Not only do the perking, but also kind of move it left to right some. That's awesome. That's great. You had a Tagara 10K before? Gotcha. I mean, between the pike and the bream, Oldberg is doing really well right now. Belia's doing really well. Oldberg's doing really well. Some people have been doing pretty good at Corey, right? Bear, Golden Tench. I don't really know how Bear's doing overall, though. I haven't fished Bear in a while. Just hit those cafe orders wherever you are, other than Bear. 150 an hour, that's good. It's actually, it can be hard to do any better than that at your level, unless you just get on a really good spot. Or get on some good cafe orders, I guess. I can't believe I'm trolling again. Like, I really don't believe that trolling is is the way to go. But all it took is one person in Discord saying that they caught a trophy tuna on by trolling to get me trolling again. It's ridiculous. All right, let's just stop it and perk it again. I know, but it is the slowest bite rate imaginable to me, Python. Like, I trolled off stream for a few hours the other day, off and on. I never had any of the nice fish. And it took forever just to catch a normal fish. Yeah, I think so too, Moy. It takes a heck of an commitment. Or you just get really lucky. And like, you know, once you get lucky, you hit I don't know, you hit the 500 silver jackpot on a tuna or something. Yeah, you're motivated. You do it again. Oh, is that right, Fish Swamper? I do get a better bite rate if what I'm trolling with, I put it on the bottom. Which I guess is kind of like everything here, except for small fish. If you fish on the bottom, you tend to have a better bite rate. Is it hot in the U.S.? Yes, but nothing like it's been in Europe lately. I mean, I think Europe's is on a pretty insane streak right now, right? I mean, it's kind of always hot in the U.S. in the summer, or for a lot of the U.S. But, you know, all that part of the U.S. has air conditioning inside and that kind of stuff, so. Eastern part of Europe. You have fish on Norway to get your skill up to 100%. It was looking bad with only one skill tree not being 100%. After that, only when targeting some new species or trophies. Are you saying you're kind of over Norway bot? Is that what you're saying? France has had one of the worst droughts in history. Wow. Today while I was on shopping, I almost fell down because of the heat. Yo, Addy. That's scary. Oh, wow, bot. That's cool. That's a great goal. Oh, interesting, Tilted. Even the like species are changing. Wow. Yo, what's up, Gray Fox? I wonder if we're better off trolling in the off hours, in the tuna off hours, or should we just troll in the tuna on hours? You've got 6 trophies and 8 species to catch, bot. Get it, Rainix. Get it. All right, Shikari. I think it's a fairly certain thing that you can say that RF4 has been working on developing fly fishing for a long time. And if they get it to a point where they feel like it's fun and the way they want it for the game, that they will release it. But it seems like there's been some delays along the way. You got it 60 meter on the 175. Trying to remember where 175 is. You want float fishing on the sea? Or fly fishing? Some people fly fish on the sea. There's all kinds of crazy stuff you can do. I would fish for bream at night and probably crucian gibbles during the day. Unless there's a good roach spot or something like that. Carp's too slow because you can't get to amber. That's probably what I would do. I occasionally fish in real life. Not very often though. You'd be on the island with 2 float rods? Yeah. That sounds fun, huh? Yeah, that's a good point, Bot. If you wanna do something besides bream, that's another good option. Yeah, does it seem like they've just pretty much turned float fishing off on this map or what? Submarine's not in the game yet. That was in the dev diary of future content that they may come out with. No submarine yet. As far as I know. Troll for tuna off the hydroplane. Okay. I hope it helps me catch tuna, but... Oh! That's awesome. I got a response from Phoenix as well. That's awesome. Okay, so sounds like it would work. Huh. Okay. All right. I've gotten a response from the tuna master. Using a telestick potentially would work. It's just not going to work well, is what it sounds like. Yeah, I figured it was, Rise. All right, we're going to keep trolling. I got a response from Phoenix. Phoenix catching that trophy tuna while trolling did say, don't worry about the poor bite rate. It's not unusual to only have a couple fish per hour. In fact, one time I went for 50 minutes without a bite. But he did say he was doing strong perking the whole time he was trolling. Wait. Yeah, no, it'd be awesome if you could catch sardines on telestick. That'd be cool. But did he try without perking? Now that I don't know, Royal. He's just telling me what he was doing when he caught it. That's true. That is true. Good point. Good point, Renzi. I'm gonna have to sub some people in to come help. I'll ask that question though. Did you ever catch fish without perking? All right. Phoenix says he was always strong perking when he got a bite. Your mouse is only rated for 100 million clicks? I tell you what, it's hard to get strong perking while trolling. Actually. When he says he was strong perking, I wonder if he just means he was shift clicking. Oh, there it is. Never mind. I take it all back. Uh, when catfishing, I reel it in with the jig step method. We should really be resting our strong perking hand since it's nighttime. I mean, there's no chance we're catching something interesting right now doing this, right? All right. But at least we have a plan for when it's morning. Oh, um, yeah, let us know, Royal, if you get one. I know at least one of the Vingas I got with gold on sale, gold, because it's the whatever color one, the platinum. So this one must have been with on sale gold as well, because it still says I can send it. And this one I bought with silver. So it looks like over time I got 2 Vingas with gold and 1 Vinga with silver. Yeah, platinum, that's right. And that was a long time ago. Yeah, McHugan, I would love to catch a sword or a tuna or something. It is a never-ending grind. Well, and once you're 34, I mean, at this point, surely fishing at Norway would be a part of the way you would save up the silver for everything you mentioned. Because unless like Tunguska or Archie or Amber is on fire, even going for small fish here is such a reliable silver per hour. You're going to try with the Bolo float rod? Nice. That's right, Todd. That's why, you know, for the longest time, I really wouldn't spend, like probably for the past year, I really haven't been willing to spend much silver. Because I was just convinced that fly fishing was going to come out of nowhere, and I suspected it was going to be pretty expensive. And then the sea came out. And then the sea came out. I had a bad day yesterday, 500 silver in 2 hours. Yeah, I think so. It also, like, I always forget this, Renzi, but the silver I make on Norway now is heavily dependent on having drop shot unlocked. All right, let's just look at something really quick. Let's make sure we don't get a bite here. All right. All right, we've got Hunter's own, 1 and 2 are owned. Again, 1 and 2 is owned. Now 3 is not, but 1 and 2 is owned. The other big boy is this. 7 is not owned, but Hunter is owned. And then Poor Beagle, 1 and 2 are owned. Now, I love seeing this on here. Okay. I think I'm okay with what we've got here. I think it gives us a chance with several different species. I'm at 45 meters right now. Just cramping my hand up. We're going for it. Yeah, to me, and I know this is easier said than done, to me, I would prioritize opening up drop shot. Like all of my efforts, if it's not unlocked yet, all of my efforts, if your goal is to make lots of silver, as long as you're having fun doing it, I would just aim towards drop shot as fast as you can. But no trolling. We've been trying to troll. I probably will troll again during a more active tuna time. But the bite rate is so slow trolling. I don't know. Although my hand probably can't take much more of this, if I'm being honest. No bites on the float fishing, huh? Yes, drop shot can definitely still be used on pilker rod. Because mostly what you want to use it on is the pilker or the jig rigs. Wait, I'm fishing in the 75-meter hole. Did I not state that? I'm just at 45-meter depth right now. Yeah, my depth is 45, but on the map, I'm at 75. That's what I was thinking, Royal. I don't know. Yeah, that's right, Renzi. That whole approach is not dependent on you getting a boat rod. The only thing the boat rod does, and it's not necessary, but it does let you get paternoster in that sort of in between until you get to drop shot medium boat rod. But again, not necessary, not with as good as some of the jig and the like Pilker 100 or using attractants and that kind of stuff. You're probably getting a good enough bite rate to not have to do paternoster. You tried for 40 minutes? Yeah. Oh, that is so close on the pollock. That's a nice pollock, though. Like, anything over 9 kilo on the pollock pays so well. I mean, all of them do, but... Yeah, it sounds good, Renzi. Yeah, the Ocean Queen's great. Does that look like a shark? It's at the bottom, though, right? Ooh, Ranix, that's awesome. They may be active, but they're still avoiding me. Oh yeah, those whitings. They'll hit anything. Those are the bravest fish in the water, I think. Those whitings. Holy cow. Sigus, thanks for the follow. So what I need to do is tomorrow I need to get up a little earlier and troll around 75, strong perking, till I hook into a big tuna or swordfish and then start my stream. I agree with that, Zigga. I mean, I think consistent silver that's really not based on luck is on the banks. But anytime you go fish a deep hole where you're adding all that time on the drop and pulling the fish out, the RNG of like which fish you're going to catch at what time and all that has a bigger influence. Ooh, look at that fish right there. Is that at the top? Does that say 4? Yeah, that's right, Zigga. Little Mac. That's why float fishing should work, right? That's good, Wingers. Were you on the rough or... Oh, this is winding. You're on that Donnett's rough spot. Yeah, that spot's good. You just got to figure out now what do you want to do during the daytime. I think that spot slows down a little bit during the daytime. And it's like more perch and stuff. I don't know. You could probably mix it up during the day. I'd be tempted to go catch bleak on float, but you may not be into that. We need a deadbait float rig. Yeah, that would be amazing. I actually did not get any rares at Amber. I got some really... Holy cow. I didn't know that I mean, I was just like, I might not ever get a bite doing this. That's not the fish we're after, but at least we got a bite. You just got a common ghost at 64? Nice. Yeah, I only had like beefy mirrors and some decent commons, but no rares at all. All right, do we want to... Let's turn around and troll for a little bit. It's that time of day where we should be able to troll and at least have a chance. Yeah, Zig, I'm glad you got that fixed. Did the weather just turn colder, or has it been colder all day here? As in, all day, real life day, not in-game day. That's what I'm thinking. I'm feeling like I might be wasting time right now. Maybe I'll try this again tonight. Alright, let's catch one more fish on the bottom. We've been going 5 hours now, so... You're south of Spain? Wow. I bet that is hot. I bet that is hot right now. Woof. Oh, that's cool, Royal. That sounds fun. Hey! It's our 5th cafe order. There's one good thing we're doing today, and that's cafe orders. Man, people are catching like swords and oppas, and despite the weather. What the heck? Slow down so I can catch you. I think we caught a little motor. That's what kills you where I live, is the humidity. We rarely get up to 100. It's usually like in the 90s during the summer. Fahrenheit, that is, but the humidity is often close to 100% or whatever. And that'll just suffocate you. But that's why, I mean, you wouldn't live here without air conditioning. Everybody has air conditioning, you know? It's like everywhere you go has air conditioning. That's a nice hake, by the way. Okay, this is interesting. We're actually doing pretty good just fishing on the bottom. Let's go. I think I like this better, chat. I think I like my new home on OBS. My new home on your screen. I think I like this a little better. Volgazander turn it. Yeah, you know, I registered for that and I've not thought about it a single time since. Thank you for responding to that, McHugan. I guess the only question I have is why not have it on the other side of the bar, but along the bottom. The only thing I know of that pops up on this side of the screen is you get those blue messages and stuff for like when it hits the bottom or something. I don't know. There's something that pops up over here, but that's no big deal. Does it look better over here than it would look kind of off to the other side? Wait, that way on the other side of the bar? Okay. All right. How do y'all feel about me bringing this fish in with my friction brake on 29 instead of locked up? I've had so many fish got away recently that I wonder if not knowing when it's pulling is actually starting to work against me. At least this way, like with this size fish at least, it just barely kind of pulls line when it's pulling hard. And that kind of is the clue that like, okay, maybe I should chill just for a second. Maybe that leads to less FGAs. I don't know. It also puts some of the pressure back on off the mechanism and onto the friction brake, right? Is this a cod? It's gonna be a decent little cod, right? Yeah, 23. All right. Yeah, see, I think the locking, while it's efficient and it helps in a lot of situations with efficiency, I also think it's a risk reward thing where we see more FGAs maybe. Oh yeah, that's one of the things you miss, right? The real closed, real opened. Those are the windows I was thinking of. They pop up right in this space, but that's no big deal, and you can still kind of see them sitting there behind me. Bot saying, yeah. So it depends on the reel you're using and the drag you have. That's a good point. Those eel pal orders are not bad. Twitch acting weird again. "2018 must have been a big year for me in RF4 if that's when you guys started following me." Yeah. We were a rare breed back in the day, weren't we? Well, and I was just starting out. I mean, people like Mr. Crossy, I think, had a head start on me. I'm not sure about when he started streaming RF4, but I'm pretty sure he had been playing RF4 before I had. I started just after the English server came out. So people that had been playing for at least a while before then were having to translate. Like if you go back to KP Shimino's early coverage of RF4, you know, he and others were translating from the Russian, trying to help people out that were wanting to play it, but they didn't have the English server yet. December 2017, is that when the English server got released? So were you playing back then, Fish Swamper? So when I started, I remember I started and Sura River got released. Like I remember people were watching the trailer for Sura, and I was fishing at, Old Mosquito, maybe Old Berg by then or something, but probably Old Mosquito still. So, but even by the time I got to not max level, but, higher level, and even though Sura had been out for a little while, most people still spent the majority of their time at Volkov back then. Yeah. 860 silver for an hour of playing the game is, yeah, it's very good for sure. Sura was for the brave. Yeah, it's true. Take your gold 80 to Sura and hold your breath. All right, I'll be right back. Or your Everest 2. Wait, what's Suicide Spot? Is that for the sturgeon or what? Yeah. I never got the Everest 2 until much later, and Wrangler gave me his that was like basically broken down. I use it on marker rod. It's pretty worn out. So, I don't know. I don't think it's a good enough reel to actually repair at this point, but... Oh, nice, Sneaky. You're getting there. 5? 5 cafe orders today. And that's a doable one too, for sure. Hey, we know what to use to target those veal pouts, don't we? Did they take off chat feedback of what people catch? No. Are you in our chat room? So if you're in a chat room that goes over 300 people, you only see trophies and stuff. You don't see just like regular catches. So like right now we're over 300 in family friendly room 1. If you want to see people's catches, move to 2 or 3. Yeah, that's why. Sorry, I didn't know if you were in our chat room or not. Okay, folks. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Like, I don't think there's anything out of the ordinary going on tomorrow. I'll probably get on about the same time I did today, if not earlier. So, like, for my time, that's around 10 a.m. Eastern. Different time for all you EU folks. But, yeah, probably be around the same time tomorrow. Yep, see y'all next time. Tight lines.